Well, hello everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Lilly and Jack Sullivan are still missing. Their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, is quieter than a church mouse. Their stepdad, Daniel Martell, he's out trying to audition like he's on a Pinocchio remake in Pictou County. But hold up. Grandma Belynda, Lilly and Jack's real father's grandmother on the paternal side, has spoke out, and what she dropped, honey, it's making everything somewhat make sense, a little bit more sense. We're going to talk about more of that on the other side of this. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. And we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. A mind you can't control. Running wild, can't calm down. My head is in the clouds. Gotta keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause I'd start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side. Thank you, Jen. I'm going to the office. I'm going to the office.
Thank you, sweet angel. Happy Friday, Justin. Thank you so much for all you do. Love you, angel. We love you too. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, angel. Really good people, love. Canadian, did you make it back home, love?
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's flow for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me.
All the
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very, very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is June 27th, 2025. It is currently 5:31 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Hello, bonjour. Good to see you all. Happy Friday to each and every one of you. Hopefully, you've got the the weekend off. Hopefully. Thank you so much, Miss Tar. We have a lot to talk about today in the Lilly and Jack Sullivan case. Grandmother Belynda Gray from the paternal side is now speaking out. She did an interview with a news source recently. She was on another YouTuber's live yesterday, and it's a long one. We're not going to be able to get through it all today. Uh, we're going to be skipping through a lot of it because a lot of times she wasn't speaking. I think the most important thing, in my opinion at least, is hearing Belynda, and that is because she was there. She's a first source, and that's very, very important. So, before we get started, do me a favor. Please hit that thumbs up button. If we get to 1,000 thumbs up, we have a chicken party. You don't want to miss the chicken party. We have a good time with that. And also, if you will share this live out on your favorite social media platform, it helps spread the awareness. It gets Lilly and Jack's story out there. Guarantee you there is someone right now on your social media that has no idea what happened to Lilly and Jack Sullivan. They've been missing close to 8 weeks now? 8 weeks. Also, if you want to become a member of the Pearl family or gift a member, that always helps as well. You get extra perks uh, with that, and it really helps the channel out. That is always appreciated as well. All right, guys. I do apologize for me being late. Remy broke my cord and it was broken off in the microphone. So I had to go run and get some needle nose pliers and get it out of there. And go find a new cord. So I apologize. That one lasts a whole 24 hours. 24 hours. So there's that. I do apologize. I don't like being late, but I am no different. One pearl is not above another. Not here. Justin, to the office, please. You are severely late. Justin, to the office, please. We need a late slip for Justin, the Pearl Daddy. That's who we need it for. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me. We've got a lot to talk about. We were live last night. We reviewed a little bit of it, but I always like to give the creator, especially, if it's a major interview, at least, like 24 hours before, so they can get their views. They worked hard on it. And, I think it's only fair. I've asked that of people, and I try to, do the same. So I didn't really want to review it yesterday or anything, but today, here we are. We're going to review some of the things Belynda said. We're going to jump around in this live. It is over 5 hours long. A lot of it, Belynda is not speaking, and I'm really only interested in when we're learning something firsthand. because the rest is just opinion. The rest is really just an opinion of, you know, us, the other 7 billion people on the planet, like myself and you. So, and we've all got opinions on this. Some people believe that Lilly and Jack Sullivan walked out of their house. Some people believe no, they sure didn't. Something happened inside that home, and one and or more of the parents, i.e., step parents, no more. All I know is that there is a stepfather who changes his stories more than anybody I've ever seen in a missing child's case. And there is a mother who is not speaking about her missing children more than I have ever seen in a missing child's case. You know, it's very interesting because in a lot of these cases, you think this is the epitome, meaning a mother could not speak out any less than Candace or KK. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Malaya Brooks Murray, she has spoken out a whole 2 minutes in the last 8 weeks. She didn't even stay for the full press conference, the first press conference. So, I mean, it's pretty baffling to me. It's baffling to me how these kids go missing, and I just feel so sorry for Lilly and Jack. I really do. I feel so sorry for them because I can't imagine being a child, and whether I'm looking, whether I'm in a place and I'm looking on television or I'm looking up from heaven, looking down, and they're not doing nothing. But if they're looking from heaven, I don't believe there's sadness in heaven. I believe they're just going, that's what we were here on earth. That's what we got, Lord. And we're not all dealt the same cards in life. We're all dealt different cards. Some of them we cannot change, especially as a child, and an elderly, vulnerable person, or a disabled person, or an animal. Those are the most vulnerable. But we can, as we grow and get older, we can choose how we react to things, how we behave to things. And Daniel is not behaving like a stepfather should. Malaya is certainly not behaving like a mother should. Another thing that I have not spoken about, and I keep meaning to every single live, Daniel never had any photos of Lilly and Jack on his Facebook until they went missing. Why, Daniel? Why? I mean, what's the excuse for that? To me, that tells me a lot. that tells me a lot. Nope. Mama Angie, he put up a picture after they went missing. Malaya had photos, family photos of the kids. Not Daniel. Not Daniel. And to me, that makes me wonder a lot about Daniel, because I think about this and I think Malaya made a child with Daniel. And were Lilly and Jack others? Were they others? I don't know. But, I think about that. And I think about the morning Daniel says, we want her to get her sleep. We want her to get her sleep. Meaning Meadow. And I understand that, the baby, wanting to get a baby's sleep. But then I think, did someone snap? Did someone snap? I don't know. But I do believe they know more. I do believe with every fiber of my being personally, just me, feel that they know more. All right, guys, before we get started, I need to thank you, Jen. Thank you so very much, my dear. Really do appreciate. Thank you, Miss Angel. Happy Friday, Justin. Thank you so much for all you do. Love you, and Remy. Love you too, sweet Angel. Really do appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you. And we got Lady for Justice coming in clutch. How you doing? Thank you so much, my dear. Much love to you, lady. Good to see you, honey. And we got Canadian. Thank you, Canadian, for gifting the pearl necklace. If you received that, make sure you give our sweet Canadian a big, big thank you. Hope you made it back well, Canadian, and you're well rested. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. Melissa, thank you so very much. Hope you're well, hon. Hi, Justin. And all, I hope to be in my pool all weekend with my sweet SN daughter, just us. And tomorrow is my 64th birthday. Hello, everyone. Thank you. That sounds like good times, Miss Melissa. That sounds like good times with your daughter in the pool. It's summertime and it's your birthday. Have a party, girlfriend. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Happy birthday. All the blessings you can hold, Melissa. I really do pray that for you. Thank you so much for your support, my friends. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Raymond. How you doing? I've been working 70 hours a week. I haven't seen you. Yeah, I hope you're okay, Raymond. Getting some rest. How's the family? I hope everyone's okay. Hope everyone's okay. Good to see you. You need to get some rest. Thank you so much. And thank you, Pink. Good to see you, Lovey. You make me smile. You make me smile, Miss Pink. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you are well. And Big Cat, good to see you, love. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you, my dear. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you give our beautiful cat a big, big thank you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. You changed your name on us. That's okay. You still got the same picture, so I'll know it's you. But I'm telling you, sometimes when y'all change the name and the picture, you probably like, I don't get it. I don't know who you are. So, but I know you, Kat. Thank you so much, honey. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Paul. Hello, Paul. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much, Paul, for your support. I really do appreciate you. Can't do it without you, my friend. Hope you and yours are well. Thank you. And Miss Maria, thank you, Miss Maria. Appreciate you. Thank you for all you do, Definitely appreciate you. I appreciate you, Miss Maria. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you. All right. So we're going to get into this. I haven't pulled any timestamps or anything yet, so I'm just going to we're going to kind of wing it as we go into. What was that, Smiley? Is everything okay? Uh, oh, thank you so much, Lacey. Appreciate you. Thank you, Daphne. Good to see you, my friend. So, credit goes to. I tried to chat in there yesterday when she was starting, but it was on like a 12-hour subscriber because I just subscribed. It's a criming shame, and link is provided in the description. For anybody who wants to go over there and sub up and view this without my commentary. So again, there's several on panel here. Miss Belynda doesn't speak. I don't know if she first starts speaking. We'll see. But I'm going to move around because one of the ladies talks quite a bit. And I'm like, let Belynda talk because we can talk at like like you guys know when I interview someone, I let them run their mouth. I let them talk as much as they can because I can comment about it later. I'll ask a question and then a follow-up question and then just let them. And that's it. I'm not going to go back and forth. I'm just going to let them have a conscious discussion. That's how I am personally. I kind of want to drive up there now. I'm only 8 hours away, but RCMP don't want people searching. Thank you, Canadian. What's that gadget? What story? So there was I was so teed off last night. I had so many people, and I appreciate you guys messaging me and letting me know this video that is saying that Lilly had been found, her body had been found, and they got these AI people making it look like they are, very well-known national news anchors in Canada, making it look like they're saying things. And it's just disgusting to me how these people do this and call themselves any sort of advocate. Not only that, they'll put, like the tents up on their profiles and stuff at like a they're they found a body or something like that. They do it for views. Well, listen, like I've said, I'm honest with you guys. We all want views, every single YouTuber. And the people that say they don't, they're lying flat out. Everybody wants views. Every YouTuber wants that. But how you do it, in my opinion, and how you get there really matters. I mean, of course you want your thumbnail and stuff to bring in views and it to be engaging and all of that. But I cannot respect anyone who sets and puts, these videos up of that. It's just never going to happen for me, ever. And then they called themselves, I don't know, it was like child something, child network, child advocate network, or something like that. And I'm thinking, oh my God. Oh my God, these people. I reported that video so many times I couldn't tell you. I hope it's off. I don't even know if it's off today. But oh, another thing. Let me just tell you. Another thing. You guys know I don't usually talk about anything about this, but there is people on Facebook that is using my thumbnail and a lot of other true crimers thumbnails, and or they'll merge two of our thumbnails together, very weird, and then they'll put like, has Lilly and Jack's body been what is something, I can't remember what it was, I don't want to say, but I was typing there yesterday. I saw one of my thumbnails, it said clutch them pearls, because I always put my little licensing thing there, and I said, please remove this. I did not say that. Never ever stated anything about Lilly and, them being found or anything like that. I've actually told, people that's absolutely not the case, because you guys know I don't do the conspiracies or anything like that. So just be mindful, even with, and I'm just telling you, the closer we get, with AI, the crazier things are going to get in this realm of things. And with AI comes a lot of great opportunities, but it also is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. So there's that. So I just wanted to tell you, if you see, something of, because it wasn't just me as a creator. I saw a lot of our things, and it looked like it didn't look American. You know what I mean? Like their names and stuff like that, just the text, and I don't know, it was weird. But so just be mindful, Smiley, any other YouTuber that watches this, be careful. If you see something on there that's yours, or it's merged together, they kind of edited it a little bit. No, not good. Not good. Jackie Unfiltered, thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your support, Miss Jackie. Do you have a channel, Jackie? Jackie Unfiltered ASMR. Really do appreciate you. I'll sub up if you do, my dear. Thank you so much. TikTok is awful right now. False info in videos. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, my thumbnails automatically has a license attached to it in the software. I have it inbuilt. But still, I have to would report it and all that stuff. And like, I don't care if people use, I always say, I don't care if people use my content, as long as they are doing something to benefit, someone missing, go for it. But I don't know. All right, let's go.
With her,
Oops,
and her husband was also there.
Okay, we're gonna get
her mom and
let's see here.
Family. We'll go to Belynda just there, you guys. So Belynda asked you a couple times that Belynda with you, like at the start. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Belynda is down here on the left-hand corner. Oops, we need to switch this over. I'm not supposed to be the big one here. There we go. It's down here on the left-hand corner. And again, It's a Criming Shame link is in description for anybody who wants to view this video in its entirety without my commentary. It's provided in the description, and the credit goes to It's a Criming Shame. So we're using this under the Fair Use Act of 1976 for news reporting, research purposes, all of that. It's not my original content. I'm just transforming it into my commentary. Let's go.
I'm Belynda. I am Lilly and Jack's grandmother. Cody Sullivan is my son. There's been a lot of rumors, speculation, and talk.
So, yes, this is Cody Sullivan's grandmother. Oh, you do, Jackie? Okay, I'll sub up to it. Jackie Unfiltered ASMR. I got you. Thank you, dear. And that being said, I know her son has gotten a lot of judgment of not choosing to be in the kids' lives. But again, that has nothing to do with the grandmother. That has nothing to do with Belynda, right? It has nothing to do with Belynda. Belynda is a very, very sweet person. You can tell she's just a genuine soul.
Concerning my son, and I really do want to clear that up because it has nothing to do with Jack and Lilly finding them or what happened to them.
Hold on. Did I say something? Did I say something wrong? What did I say? Yeah, Cody's mom. It's Cody's mom from the paternal side.
My son has been living here for 11 months now. I keep getting stuck on 9, but it's been 11 months now. And he does not have a criminal record whatsoever. He has never been out west.
And listen, and let me just say you something. That is, it's provided in the link, Smiley, down in the link there. That just shows you what happens on social media, right? It was rumored that he had a criminal record, that he had this, that he had that. And that just goes to show you, you don't believe everything you hear. What's the saying goes? Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. He doesn't have a criminal record or anything. Nothing. I want to know more about Justin and Janie. They are so secretive. Yes, Daphne. Yes. 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 In my opinion.
And he has had nothing to do with the children for 3 years. Him and Malaya were together for 3.5 years. Their relationship went downhill really fast after Jack was born. Malaya told me that she was not happy. She definitely wanted out of the relationship. And we supported her 100%. My son.
Now, Malaya, it seems, got what, the 3-year itch? I think it used to be called the 7-year itch. I think she's got the 3-year itch. Exactly, Justin. It's still being said. Yeah, it's sad. It's just crazy. Cody does not have a criminal history or record or anything like that. Now, you can judge him on whether he should have been in the kids' lives or not, but I will at least respect him for making a decision and sticking with the decision, because I think it's much more unhealthy for Cody to have been, in and out, in and out, in and out of their lives. So I respect him on that. And, sometimes if it's toxic, it just doesn't work out, and I think Malaya rather have had it that way, to be quite honest with you. So is what it was.
I don't know if it was the pressures of trying to support a family. I'm not sure what happened,
Thank you, miss.
but he started drinking a lot, started doing the drugs, and in the end, he just didn't care. And she got tired of it and left. She went to court for full custody, and she went to court for child support payments, and he was paying child support right up until 11 months ago now, when he lost his job, lost his apartment, and lost his vehicle. And
yes, I think that's exactly what it's going to turn into. I think that she is going to want full custody of Meadow too, and I think it's going to be probably a very bitter child custody battle. That is, if she gets her back, and B, if nobody's arrested.
that's why he's home. Now that we have that out of the way, does it suck? Yes, it does. I make no excuses for him, but he is my son, and I love him with all my heart. And that's what I want to say.
You can tell she's just a good mother. You can tell she is just a good mother. Like, I think anybody would be lucky to have Belynda, just by what she seems as a mother. You know what I mean? Like, she just gives you that warm feeling as a good mother, in my opinion. So, and she loves Jack and Lilly. She loves all her grandbabies. You can tell. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet, Dean. Thank you so much, my friend. Really do appreciate you. Very, very kind of you. Good to see you, Dean. Thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate that, my dear. No, excuse me. I mean, I think she wishes that she would have seen them more. I do. I think she probably has some guilt from that. I don't think she knew where they lived as well. She did not know where they lived.
About him.
There's things that we all do, and it's not an excuse for her or anything, but there's things that we all do in life that we were like, damn, I wish I would have done that differently. Life got in the way. Unfortunately, it just happens sometimes, especially, unfortunately, with family. It does.
Now I want to know why everybody seems to be talking about everybody else, and I find Lilly and Jack are getting lost in the background. Yeah, there's where I stand.
And go ahead and say your piece on that, if you don't mind, Belynda, on about that, because you're right. They get lost in the noise, and it's about Jack and Lilly, but they get lost in the noise and a lot of misinformation and that. So how are you feeling
Tracy,
about
I understand
everything that's going on in the true crime world and stuff like that?
This has been a real eye-opener for the true crime world. I had no knowledge that this part even existed. When I found out that they were missing, I thought they were lost in the woods. I thought they were lost in the woods right up until we went there Saturday morning.
So it sounds like she does not believe that they are in the woods any longer. I think she says in this interview that what they were there about an hour, and once she says they got up in the woods, she's just like, there's no way in hell that they're in this area, because it was just too dense, right? I mean, you're talking about a 4 and a 6-year-old. Statistically, maximum a 4 and a 6-year-old is found is 1.2 miles, and that's less than 10% of the time that they make it the 1.2 miles. It's generally 0.3 to 0.5 miles away statistically. Some are barely out of the yard. And with Lily's lungs, we know Lily's lungs, right, from that birthday video. That and what was it? The bus driver said, what did Lily and them do? Like, she would scream when she wanted to get your attention, or Jack would throw a shoe. Bless their hearts. That's sad, man.
And seeing where Malaya lived,
Hey,
seeing Malaya herself. And I still thought, well, the children must be up in the woods. There was a lot of woods. You could see the kids' toys all over the yard. You knew they well played there. Malaya was pretty, I'm not sure if it's shock.
You said.
But she was very flat, non-emotional flat. I put it down to shock, that she just didn't know what to do, and she kept saying she didn't know what to do. I asked if those were the doors that the children went out, and she said yes, and she opened and closed them to show me how quiet they were, which I did find a little strange.
That's interesting. I didn't hear that yesterday. So Malaya physically shows Grandma Belynda how quiet the doors open and close. That is a little strange, don't you think? Is it strange? Do you think it's strange? I find it a little strange. I mean, not like out of this world strange, but to me, it's like she wants you to believe her, right? Believe me. Look, it's quiet. I don't know. It's not the end of the world strange, but you're absolutely right. Someone just said it. Yep. Building a narrative. Bingo. Yep. That's exactly building a narrative. Yeah.
I asked her around what time she seen them, and she said she never seen them since Thursday night when she put them to bed.
Okay. So Malaya, according to Belynda, Malaya says never saw the kids since the night they were put to bed. Now, that's interesting. So does Belynda ever say what time? See, I don't know that. And if any of you do, please let me know. What time were the kids put to bed? Because I've never got that answer. What time did you put the kids down? What did you do that evening, Daniel? Malaya? What were the kids doing? What were you watching on television? Or did you play a game? I mean, like, what? Tell us about that evening. But it's always been very, very vague. Now, Daniel has said that after they were seen in town, they all come home, and he works on the backyard fence with chicken wire. And he says everyone was home, everything was fine, kumbaya, and that's it. And the next thing, we don't hear anything else until 6 6:17, 6:18 the next morning.
I asked her what time she thought they got up, and she said between 8 and 8:30. But she said she didn't see them. She heard them out in the other room playing. She never said what room. She just said she heard them out in the room playing, and she drifted off to sleep. And when she woke up again,
yeah. Thank you, Lisa B. Always. Kudos to Belynda for not giving no excuses for Cody. Yeah, I mean, I think she recognizes, what it is, and she loves her son, of course. She loves her grandkids, and it just is what it is, I guess, right? Thank you so much, Raymond. Really do appreciate you, my friend, for gifting that membership. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Raymond. If you receive that, make sure you thank Raymond for us, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, let's continue.
She didn't hear nothing, and she realized that the place was just too quiet. So they got up and they searched. She said they searched the house, they searched the yard, and then I think she said Daniel went off in the truck to search. So I asked her, I said, we're here to search. So you know your kids, you're the mom. Moms know their kids. You know what takes their interest, where they like to go around the yard, where you have to get after them all the time. And she said they always like to play up by their fort. So I told her we would start up there.
Okay. Now, again, correct me if I'm wrong on this. The fort is whenever you first enter the driveway to the right. Is that correct? Or is it behind the house? Because I always pictured it behind the house, but people say it's kind of like right when you enter the driveway, it's to the right. So now, if they played up in their fort, it's behind. Okay, that's what I always thought was behind the house too. Close to the woods. Right. Okay. Now, this is another thing. Did they go play in the fort by themselves alone, usually? Did they? I mean, a 4 and a 6-year-old, that's tiny to go up in the woods like that, even if it's 30 seconds away, right? You don't know. It's rural Canada. A bear can come out of nowhere. You have no idea. Now, Malaya says that they never even allowed them in the yard by themselves. I don't believe that personally. I just don't believe it. I think those kids were probably in and outside, especially, in the summertime, as much as they wanted. So I don't know. But Malaya allegedly told Belynda that's where they like to play.
So we headed out, and that's where we started. I never met Daniel that day. She told me that he was out searching. He's been searching since they've been gone.
And that's another interesting thing. What day was this? Belynda was there. She was there Saturday. Is that correct? Hold on. Or was she there Friday evening? Saturday morning? Because Friday, Daniel says, I wasn't home much of the day. And that's always, to me, that's being preemptive, building the narrative as well. I see you. Can you check the phone, please? Text you.
I did see her mom in the Daniel's mom, sorry. I seen Janie in the driveway. He had another woman with her. I wasn't sure who it was at the time, and I did see Justin outside at the time.
Okay.
I have a
Belynda,
question.
go ahead.
For obviously for Belynda, but and I don't know if Sunny is going to talk about this at all, but for me, with Darren's story,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think Malaya also, I think, kind of quit coming around as well.
with what he says he knows. My question is, you said Malaya came across as unemotional and flat, but had all of that just gone down on Friday, and now she's swarmed with police and searchers and everything, did you notice, looking back, any kind of nerves or any kind of angst going on with her or anybody around her that Saturday morning when you showed up?
She was totally, a good way to put it was she looked totally lost.
Now, that could be shock, right? It could be shock that, but this is also Saturday, right? It's also Saturday. So you'd think the shock would have the initial shock and it would have been panic, right? I would think it would be panic. I mean, shock usually doesn't last that long, especially when you have kids missing, because you don't really have time to be in shock. You go into panic mode. You're like, what's going on? And then you click and you go into panic mode. You know, if you've ever lost your kid for 10 seconds, that feeling, you know, just your heart goes to the bottom of your stomach and you're like, what the hell? Right? You panic right away. You're confused for like 2 seconds, and then you're like, then it hits. She could have been up all night Friday with no sleep. Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think Thursday night and probably Friday night were very long nights for them, in my opinion. So I don't know, could be. Thank you so much, Miss Matt Murphy. I need to sync my clock with USA. It's only 8:16 a.m. here in Australia. It is 6:19 here in the east side of the United States. So you're in Saturday, aren't you? Saturday. It's Saturday, 8:16 a.m. there. I think you can do an alarm. You can do an alarm for different time zones on your phone, maybe. Good to see you, my love. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I can't wait to go to Australia one day. I've been everywhere, so many places in the world. I have not been to Australia. It's such a long flight, man. Justin, I'm convinced the 4 adults on the property are responsible for what happened to Lilly and Jack. Jill, do you pronounce it Jill or Gil? I don't want to pronounce it wrong. I agree. I think everyone knows more on that property. And when you listen to Belynda, what she says, it just makes sense.
She had Meadow on her hip. She was holding Meadow, and she looked totally lost. Her grandmother was sitting in the living room. As for
I mean, what mother, you know, you have Daniel's family members or your family members there, and they say, hey, do you want me to watch Meadow for a minute, for a little bit, while you go deal with things, right? Go look for Lilly and Jack or go answer questions or whatever, and says no. I mean, that's very bizarre to me. I would have been like, yeah, here you go. I need to go find my other kids. This one's safe. Let me go find the other two that aren't. Seems like, in my opinion, she just, like, she already knew.
The people around her. I know when we come into the driveway, Janie was sitting on some kind of a bench thing or something in the driveway, and I can't remember who the woman was beside her. There was a policewoman standing there, and the policewoman was talking to them. We couldn't make out what she was saying until we got up closer. And Janie was really crying a lot. And this woman was saying to her, "It's okay, Mom. They're not blaming you. They just want to look in your trailer. They're not blaming you. They just need to make sure."
Now, listen to this right here very carefully.
That there's nothing in the trailer. And she went on to say that there was nothing in the trailer. She didn't want them around her dog. And the policewoman told her that she was impeding an investigation and she would have to get a search warrant. And then I thought, well, we'll just continue on into the trailer. That was...
Yeah. Step grandma, Daniel's mother. What's her name? I can never think of her name for some reason. Janie? Generator Janie's. That's how I remember. Try to remember. Generator Janie. Okay. Generator Janie says, "You're not coming in my RV." And they say, "Well, ma'am, that's impeding with an investigation." Well, I don't want, and she's because, I mean, this is what's interesting to me. Not only that part, but because police want to look in your RV doesn't mean they're blaming you. They're going to check the entire grounds, right? Up, down, backwards, and sideways. 6 months ago, I was doing a case, and a kid had just got out and had been out of the house for several hours. And they looked closer, and the kid was in the closet. Does anyone remember that? Kid was in the closet. I think it was somewhere Ohio or Indiana or something like that. Just because they're looking in that doesn't mean they're blaming you or anything. Doesn't mean they're looking for human remains at all. Justin, is it the fact that she hid the brother's large dog from authorities? I don't think so. They have to look everywhere. And then you hear Belynda say, you remember that, butterflies? Yeah. And then you hear Belynda say that Generator Janie is saying, "Mom, they're not blaming you." Why is she already tense about someone blaming her? You guys are saying Lilly and Jack was out and, walked out of the house and went in the woods. Like, nobody's blaming you, ma'am. Member Hatters, yeah. Now, I don't think Janie did anything, in my opinion. But what I do think is that she will defend her two sons. with everything she's got in her. Right? Even though her, you know, essentially daughter-in-law isn't defending her kids, which is a normal thing to do, is to defend your kids. And that's what makes it so strange about Malaya, is she's not doing that. You know what I mean? Now, there was a dog or dogs. There's supposed to be a little dog, and I guess Justin's dog is a big dog. And they're saying that this big dog, I guess, was in the RV. And that's why she didn't want them in there. But Janie, I don't understand. If there's a dog in there, this is what you do. Put it on a leash and walk the damn dog outside. It's not a big deal. You know how often we take our dogs outside, all of us? A lot. Number 2, you have fences right there at your house. Put the dog in the damn fence or tie it up in one of the barns. But Belynda's going to tell you right here, take the dog for a walk if she's so worried. Exactly. Belynda's going to tell you here that the RCMP officer said, well, that's impeding an investigation. And the RCMP officer left and said she'll be back later. Now, my question is, was there any other RCMP officers there at the time? Between the time that RCMP officer left and, because that's a little concerning to me. And I don't know. That's just really weird. It's really weird. It doesn't make sense. Just take the damn dog outside. Put him on a leash.
It's the only thing I found just a little strange, that I was wondering what that was all about. When I got inside the trailer and after I had hugged Malaya, I took to crying. Now, I didn't notice because I wasn't watching, but my sister stated that she noticed Malaya wasn't crying at all. She didn't have any tears, that she was.
So this is Saturday. No crying, no tears. And she just looked like she was in a daze. A daze. It does not make sense.
Very non-emotional. That after the hugging, and I stated about the woman outside that was upset, and she told me that was Daniel's mother, and that she was having a hard time, and she said that was Daniel's brother. And I told her I seen the resemblance, so I figured they were related. She did tell me who the other person was, but
Daniel's brother is Justin.
I can't remember. And
it wasn't Logan, was it?
I met Logan, I think we were there Saturday. I don't remember Logan Saturday. I seen her in passing, but not to talk to her. I talked to Logan on Monday.
Were you there for the argument? I'm sorry, Sunny, I'm totally taking over. This is my last question.
I was not there for the argument. When we were there Saturday.
Now, Justin is allegedly getting a divorce. A lot of people say Justin doesn't live there. He lives he has a place down the road. Both things can be true. He can live there part-time and stay there at his place down the road part-time. But if he's going through a divorce, sometimes you just need family or whatever. But I don't know. It's interesting that if Justin was staying there, that's interesting to me. Unless it was Janie's daughter-in-law, Justin's wife. Hey, Mini Panthers. Thank you, dear. Need warrant to search Janie's. They should have left another RCMP watch trailer to watch the trailer until the warrant arrived. Do we know if Janie's was ever searched? I assume it was searched eventually. I think she might say in here that, and I think there should have been cadaver dogs. I still think there should be cadaver dogs used. You know, we're 8 weeks out now. And also I want to say, they were mentioning this yesterday. They were saying, someone on the channel was saying cadaver dogs, someone has to be dead for a long time before cadaver dogs can be used. That is not true. That is not true. They can pick it up very, very quickly. So if you heard that yesterday, that is not true. They can pick death up very quickly.
When we were,
I mean, you got to realize there's dogs that knows when you're having a seizure now, right? Their nose is very sensitive.
getting ready to leave, we were in the woods searching. We come back out. I went back in to let her know that we were finished basically for the day. That was in kind of late afternoon. And we come back out when we were sitting in the car, because I mean it was pretty miserable in the woods, so we were kind of breaking in the car. I seen Cindy drive up. She had some woman.
Yeah, they was saying that it takes, sometimes they said, I don't know if they said days, but they said it takes a long time, and I was like, no, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true.
With her, and her husband was also there. They went into the house. Then this vehicle pulled up, and this gentleman got out, and he introduced himself as the chief. But I'm not sure of what reserve he was talking about. I can't remember that.
They said 3 months. Oh my God, that is so not true. Sharon said 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know, but it is so not true. So not true. Very quickly.
But he did say he was the chief and he was looking for Malaya. So I took him to Malaya's, and he went in. So my sister and I decided, well, we'll do searching just up the other road further. So we did. When we come back, I stopped in again, and the chief and Malaya, and there was 1 or 2 other people around the table, and I thought I heard him say about a prayer circle, and they were on like a conference thing on his phone, and I could hear words in the background and that. So I kind of made my leave at that point, and I left, and then me and my sister headed out. So the only thing I can assume is we had just missed the big fight or whatever it was. We must have just missed it.
I'm still not convinced that we know everything in that big fight. I'm still not convinced. I think we are not being told everything about that fight. I just feel it. because there was actually two fights. There was actually two fights. One was, it was a day or so apart. I can't really remember. Oh, Abigail, thank you so much, my friend. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. Hope you are well. Thank you, love. This is Cody's mom. This is Lily and Jack's biological grandmother from the father. Yeah. Yes, Merge. Exactly. Yes.
Or it hadn't happened yet, because from my understanding, they had the big blowout, and then 5 minutes after that, they got in the vehicle and left, right? And Logan was there at that
There
point,
was
so
two
maybe
fights.
it happened after.
No, there was actually two fights. From what I understand.
To that, like, I don't.
But wasn't there, hold on, wasn't there a fight before the kids went missing? There was two big blowups.
I'm just trying to piece together that day. But thank you so much for answering my question, Sunny. Sunny, it's your show.
No,
you do.
No,
You do.
because I was going to say we will come back to all of this, but before we get on with Bev, and because Bev's in the United Kingdom, you guys, so her time right now is like 11 o'clock at night, so we will come back to this. So Belynda.
Yeah. RCMP was having issues covered to bring cadaver dogs. Yeah. You would think they would have some cadaver dogs in Nova Scotia. Yeah, it was there was two arguments, or the police had been, it was on one of the articles very early on about the blow-ups.
On chat, and your
A lot of time I had seen Daniel not out to have
clarification. That information, just to clarify for some people that are just asking, just for clarification.
Yes, all the texts that you have shown have come from my phone. I know a lot of
Belynda's confirming the text.
people are a little put out because Daniel did ask me to keep one part a secret and not to tell anybody. But
Daniel has asked that to several people, not just Belynda. He has done things on social media, and he has texted people, and he will say, delete that, or private that, or erase that. It's not just Belynda.
that point in time, I had seen Daniel out speaking everything out to the public on what he was thinking was taking place. And I thought, well, he hasn't told me anything in these texts that should be a secret. There was nothing there.
He was texting her.
So I figured, why is anybody keeping a secret? These kids are missing. What does it matter if the police think you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that? Let them worry about their investigation. Let everybody else that was there and knows something talk about anything they know.
Yes. What's the concern, Daniel? Hey, Tammy. Good to see you, babe. What's the concern, Daniel? Why are you so worried about? It's all about. By the way, I'm dropping a video. It'll go out, I think, 8:30 or 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight. I did kind of a review of Daniel's sit-down interview, and you're going to hear me say, Daniel talks about I. That's all he talks about in that interview. I did this. I did it. How innocent I am. How great they said I did a polygraph. I'm innocent. they're not looking at me anymore. You know, all of this. He is more concerned about his look of innocence than he is about anything to do with actually finding the kids. When you have kids missing or a loved one missing, it's not about you. It is not about you. It is about them. What can I do to find them? That's the only I that it should be, not how innocent I appear or don't appear to be. Why are you making that such a big deal?
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm just going to ask one more thing, if you don't mind. Or okay, actually, quickly, two things. RCM, with Darren's putting out this information, how are you personally feeling about this perhaps storyline or the information?
Well, they did say, the RCMP did publicly say that they have not used cadaver dogs yet. They actually did say that. Now, if they're lying, they're lying, but I don't know. I think they should have used cadaver.
That he's putting out there. Are you happy with it? Or are you? Go ahead.
It is a good story. I think about it and I can make it make sense. I can see how it can look like it makes sense.
I can't.
Going by the CPS, going by Malaya's marks of she's protecting Meadow from CPS.
Okay. This is the thing. Protecting Meadow from CPS, right? But CPS was not involved when the kids first went missing, were they? They were involved months prior, but not when they first went missing. Why hide them and be away from them for so long? It does not make sense. Does not make sense. CPS was months ago.
I never got a chance to ask her, was she protecting Meadow from CPS because Daniel was due to have visitation? Or was she protecting CPS because she was afraid she was going to lose Meadow? That part doesn't make sense. They gave her custody of Meadow. So I can only go with the fact that she was upset that Daniel was going to get visitation. As for Darren's...
Maybe I'm missing something, because they weren't broke up yet, were they? And I mean, like, was she upset that he may get visitation if she breaks up, if they break up and she leaves, that he may get visitation? Because that's just something that happens. You got to cross that bridge when you get there. I don't think she's going to go all out this big because Daniel may get visitation. I mean, he's the father. I mean, why would she want to keep Meadow away from Daniel 24/7, right? He is the father. Fathers do have rights. Now, if he's abusive and all of this, and she can prove that, that's a different story, and that's understandable. But I still don't think she's going to do all of this preemptively. I don't believe it.
Story. I did like the idea. I mean, of course, finding the kids. Yeah, great. And I was starting to buy it. And then I started thinking of all the original.
Yeah, Margaret, they're the worst. They are the worst. I would not recommend them, respectfully. I won't even watch them anymore. They sold out a long time ago. They only are interested in their sponsors, keeping their sponsors happy. That's all. In my opinion, I watch Deception Detective. I watch Pat Brown. of course, Peter Hyatt and Steve Johnson. That's it. That's it. They're not afraid to say. They are not afraid to say. And I mean, they didn't even look at Don Wells as looking like he'd done anything. This man, Don Wells, went in a woman's house, watched her sleep, and stole her lingerie so he could pleasure himself later. I've got the police reports. I've showed the police reports. He lived with Arkansas's two most predatory child offenders. And they're like, oh, no. No.
Talks of all the times Daniel had spoken of what Malaya had said to me. And it just didn't make sense to me in the end. So I don't see it.
Okay, appreciate that. You guys, this is Belynda, the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lilly. That's why we're here. That's what it is.
I would not watch it. I didn't even watch it because I know exactly ICU. I wouldn't even watch it because everything that they say is the same thing. Everything they say. And I mean, physical behavior is one thing, but statement analysis is more important than physical profiling, in my opinion.
Is all about. So Belynda, you guys was gracious enough. This is her first time on a YouTube platform. I see there's 653 parents. You guys 180. You guys this
one out there might take authority about criminal offences that might have been committed. How and why?
All right, I'm going to fast forward this because she talks and talks and talks and talks. And
imprisonment.
Belynda. Okay, Belynda's talking here.
Violent. Now, negligence is the idea. All of these. So, I think someone's character.
I do not know Janie personally. The first time I seen her was Saturday. I was never officially introduced to her. From what I've seen of her, she's a very capable woman. She speaks her mind. She had no problem telling the policewoman that they weren't going in her trailer right at that time.
Now that, see?
And after the policewoman left, she told Malaya, she said, when they come back and they go in, you make sure you hold on my dog. You hold my dog. And Malaya told her not to worry. But
that does concern me a little bit about why did she not want them to go in?
Watching anymore.
It did concern me that day. I did wonder, my sister.
Yeah, why? I just can't get over that. Like, I always try to understand. Like, I try to really understand like the person's situation, right? Try to ask, like, no, you can't come in my RV right now because of a dog or whatever. And they said, well, that's impeding an investigation. And so take the dog outside. Just take the dog outside. Like, I would say, okay, come in here and look, let's get this show on the road so we can find Jack and Lilly. And then before that happened, she's like, Mom, they're not blaming you. They just started looking for Jack and Lilly. Why would anybody be blaming anybody? And Vic, yeah, you would think, but it's a little RV, so I don't even know if they would have room for a crate, to be honest with you. But still, it's a little weird. I forwarded over that. LOL, I didn't hear that part until now. Dog gets angry when L screams, "Now please don't search without a warrant." Yeah.
Sister and I talked about it, like, what's the big deal? Get somebody to take the dog, because he had a couple of little sheds there that were empty besides the chicken coop. So the dog could have stood in there with somebody.
Yeah.
So I was a little concerned about that. That I do know the dog barked the whole time we were there. The dog just barked continuously.
The dog barked continuously. Is this Justin's dog? Or is this the little dog? Don't know.
So I could tell the dog was a big dog. I couldn't quite see its face.
So that would probably be Justin's dog, right? And okay, let's just say this. People are saying that Justin has a place down the road, but he's also getting a divorce. And Malaya tells Grandma Belynda that they live over in that trailer, meaning the RV. They. She was referring to Belynda and Justin. I believe he was living there, at least part-time. Why the hell is his dog going to be there otherwise? Why the hell is his dog going to be there otherwise?
But my sister and my daughter were close enough to the trailer, and they stated that it was a big dog.
So it could have been just that she was worried about the dog and the reaction to the police going in.
Like, listen, I love my animals. Love my animals. But let me tell you something. I don't love them as much as my children. I love them very, very much. But if it came to my kids or my animals, no question. No question. It's going to be my kids. So why is she concerned about the dog more than the kids? If it is a pity police would take on the dog, I cannot have them in Canada. So many pits mixes, they claim the other breed. Oh, is pits not allowed in Canada? Pit bulls aren't allowed in Canada? That's racist. I don't like it.
That's the way I took it. That is the way I took it. I'm an animal lover, so I know if I would be worried about my dog too if I was her. So
Yeah,
that is
and we
the
know
way I
that
took it.
it doesn't end well for the dog if
Right.
I feel like there could have been something. I feel like there could have been something in that trailer, whether it was something more sinister, if it was rugs or a dog or pew-pews, you know, or Daniel and Malaya could have said, hey, take this out of the house, put it in your house.
Right.
Go for somebody who's come into the premises. So yeah, that could be the reason behind that. I think somebody in the chat asked if my name is known. I've not got my entire name out there on social media. I did actually mean to email Sonny my practicing certificate.
Yeah, can't even swear on Facebook on Canada. No pit bulls. I think that's what you mean. No free speech. Now, I know that there's no news on social media in Canada. You can't do news there, right? Because I was trying to get news and they're like, you can't get news on social media in Canada. I'm like, damn. That's how all us Americans get news now.
And I can do that in a minute. Just so that she knows that I am who I say I am and that I'm qualified, as I say. The reason that I don't have my name out there is simply because I'm employed by a local authority.
No, no, locked and loaded. I have not considered a dog attack. No. Nope. And I personally won't consider that. And the reason is, all you have to do is put the dog on a leash. Or put them in the barn. Put them in the fence. Hold the dog by the collar while they search. Put the dog in the car. So I can't get down with that personally. No, there's 2 children missing. What if Lily and Jack are underneath the trailer in the closet? I don't know. You know what I mean? So oh, you mean attack the, I gotcha. It's possible. Yeah. It's possible. I think there would probably be some sort of evidence left, but you know, I don't, who knows if they even went in with luminol or anything. I don't know. We have no idea if they went in with forensics, do we? There's nothing new to Dalvin Tate's case. I got you, Panda. Hey, Lena and me, good to see you, babe.
And
Yeah,
there
we
is
know.
an issue around kind of having my name associated with that authority, and also talking about true crime. That's the only reason. So I don't want to cause any difficulties for my employer.
Would you mind? Oh, sorry.
Go on.
Yeah,
what
but
are you going to say?
do we?
No. Well,
probably.
sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. So finish your thought.
Yeah.
If there was.
I think I was literally just kind of on the
Okay.
end of permission.
So if you don't mind, okay. And so thank you, Belynda, about that. And you guys, we are going to come back to that day about the search with Belynda in a bit. Okay. So after that, we'll have some questions, and if she can answer them, but we are going to kind of do that. But right now, there are some people, if you don't mind, Bev, that are wondering, is this a normal situation where 2 kids go missing? Let me just go into the thing. Okay, Sunny, there's a question that keeps coming up. They're asking Bev about if it's common or uncommon for a parent to feel like they have to protect a child from CPS. That one?
Yeah. Massively. It's a really standard feeling. So a lot of people are.
So down a dark alley, do you have to have them, the pits, do you have to have them registered when they're in Canada? Like you have to have them registered as, now, like even here in the United States, if we have pit bulls, our insurance may be higher, like our home insurance. Some cities now, you have to have them registered if you have a riskier breed.
Are very untrusting of the authorities, particularly if they've had involvement by them before.
Let me tell you something. Chihuahuas need to be on there. Chihuahuas are land sharks. They'll bite you quicker than any dog. They are mean as hell.
Unfortunately, in the role that I'm in, I see a lot of parents who come back through the system on a repeat basis. We can remove a child, and then there will be another child, and we remove that child. And the more that happens, obviously, the more defensive the parent will become, because they don't want that to happen again. And Of course, the best way to deal with that would be to work properly with the local authority or the CPS authority.
My aunt had a satanic Chihuahua, and it lived to be 250 years old. And its tongue would hang out, and its mouth is crooked, and it would be like, can't you die or something? You've been here since Moses. It eventually croaked.
To iron out.
It was terrible.
Iron out what?
I mean, honestly, if they wanted to train cadaver dogs, all they had to do was smell that dog's breath. Swear to God. She had all of its teeth removed because it was just old. Like, seriously, it was like 20 years old. Oh, hated that dog.
Needs to change. I'm not from Yorkshire,
Damn thing.
but very close to.
I got a scar on my arm.
That in the chat. I'm from Manchester, so up north.
I have a scar on my arm
Yorkshire.
right there because
yeah, so it is quite common that people would feel that. We don't know what depth of involvement CPS had had previously, and we don't know what they've said to her on this occasion, but to suddenly be told you've got to stay in a particular place.
But I'll tell you, one of my favorite breeds is a Pomeranian, and they're pretty much the same way. They're the devil's lettuce too, but I love them.
And be supervised by your parent when you're an adult with looking after your child. That can feel quite
acting up.
Intimidating, I think, for a parent.
Now, listen, Great Danes, a girl I used to work with, she had a Great Dane, and that thing was mean as hell. It would bite. But I mean, people's like, is it the breed or is it how you train them? And I think it can be a combination of both, but I think training is the most important thing, in my opinion, how you train them. Right? I mean, there's crocodiles that are, more docile because of how they're trained.
Bev, a situation like this that we're looking at, okay? I mean, like I said, there's only a couple things that could have happened here, really. But anyways, in the situation that we're looking at with, again, that Malaya, if this has anything at all to do with Malaya, of course, the situation that's happening where we understand that if she would have just, if it did, right, hypothetically, allegedly, she would have done this. At any point, she could have done many different things, different ways. But on the scale of going up to 8 weeks, pretty much now, and to think these children are hidden somewhere, what would you kind of almost give that percentage to this?
I would say that percentage is 0.01%. That's what I would say. Almost zero, in my opinion, that Jack and Lilly are just hidden. I don't think that they are hidden whatsoever. I think it's with the RCMP having their phones, who they have spoken to, doing cell ping towers, who was in the area, all of that day, and days before, I think it's almost none.
Theory, if you want to call it that. Like, you understand my question, I guess, that I'm asking?
I don't know whether I'd be able to give it a percent.
So there was someone who said that in their opinion, they thought they saw Jack and Lilly, that they gave them a haircut, and that was in New York, but that's never panned out or anything like that. I don't believe that they're alive. I pray that I'm wrong. Nothing that would make me happier in this world than to be wrong about that. But they would have caved a long time ago. Daniel cares too much about what people think about him, and Malaya would have caved in a long time ago. That there is too much pressure here. If they could change anything about what happened on Friday morning or Thursday night, they would change it, in my opinion, and they can't. Justice for Jackknife and Lilly. I think you mean justice for Jack and Lilly. Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate you, love. Good to see ya. And I hope it comes soon, my dear Joanne. I really do. I really do. Soon.
Percentage. I think,
like, there's a likelihood.
To me, it doesn't seem.
Right, let's.
I would say in the chat.
Let's fast forward.
Children, because they needed to do a risk assessment about.
Okay. He talks and talks and talks and talks and talks.
Or the other, but the third, and we'll get.
Hold on. Y'all want to watch that, y'all?
Anything, and then I
All right, here's Janie again. Because Janie's got first-hand accounts.
Going on, you've not demonstrated you don't care. Yeah, but we told me a little bit.
A whole lot of nothing's going
on. But when I start to look at all his posts and what he's saying, I don't find he. Okay. And then I recess her and stay there
in the back. So yeah,
here we go.
It struck a very uncomfortable chord with me that she said it. I mean, we don't know what's going on in the background with her, but
Maurice, you can babysit
it baffled me a little bit.
A whole lot of nothing's going on. That's what it's like.
I agreed with that myself. Like you, I wanted to sleep in my car and stay there until they were found. What I took from Malaya's statement right away, I thought, well, that's just weird, because she's not saying anything. Her lawyer's not.
No. I'm not talking about Sunny. I'm talking about the English lady. I'm not talking about Sunny.
Not saying anything. And then I rethought what she said. And yes, Daniel is the one out there. He's the one that's posting everywhere. But when I start to look at all his posts and what he's saying, I don't find he mentions the children very much. It's always just what he is doing, not after.
I like Sunny a lot. We disagree on some things, but I like her a lot. I think she's got a good heart.
Asking anybody if they have the kids, not asking anybody to return the kids. That's only mentioned a couple of times, I found, and I thought it was kind of prompted by the reporters interviewing him.
Absolutely. I think both of them in their interviews, I know Malaya's only done one, but and everybody said it at the beginning, there's huge red flags. And I'm kind of part way because Daniel's done so much.
Nova, I agree 1,000%. Every one of these cases, and I say this because we hear it every time that these, that the child or the children are hidden, that they've been trafficked. Kids like this generally are never trafficked. That's not how trafficking works. And or they'll say the mom is pregnant again, or whatever. They'll say a bunch of different things. It happens in all of these cases. And the thing about people want to believe that they're hidden, and it's really hard for a lot of people to think that someone you're seeing or someone that's nice, that comes across as nice on interviews or whatever, that could possibly do something really terrible to children. And that's where you have to know the difference in the public self, the private self, and the secret self. And we all have that. And it varies, right? Most of us don't show us when we are at our worst moments, right? Let's be human here for a moment. And that's just the truth, especially however, Daniel and Malaya was before we ever even knew them, right? So before they were ever in the public eye. It's just, it's hard for a lot of people to translate, because you're putting your emotions into it. How could someone do that? Well, people snap every day. You know what I mean? No, Sebastian is 1,000% not hidden.
Talking, I'm only part way through going through it, and
the thing about it is, it's because, and the people that think that, it's because they're nice human beings. They're nice human beings, and that's as far as their mind will allow them to go with it. That's as far as they can take it in their mind, because they're good human beings. And so, yeah,
kind of pulling all my pieces together. Thank you, Joyous N. I think is what Sonny's trying to say.
All right, that's fine.
I think I agree. One thing that did worry me is when he said, and I'll search for the rest of my life. That gives the indication that that you've...
Now, I agree with this lady here. Daniel did say, I'll search the rest of my life. That indicates that there is no ending to this, that they're not going to be found. Absolutely agree with her on this. 1,000%. Indicating that they're not going to be found, or, I'll look until, we find them soon, hopefully. That's a different case.
You're never going to find them.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry. And Malaya actually shed her face, Daniel. That's correct? Since our last postings, right?
It's going to get...
Yes, I've had no contact. The last contact I had with Malaya was the morning that she took off with Meadow. And you have those texts there. And I've sent her 3 since then, and she hasn't even looked at them. Daniel, I sent him one more after my last text with him. He did look at it. He did see my text, but he has not replied.
Right. And so I want to make sense of that. So, right. So originally Belynda had sent me the morning of May 2nd, the conversation, right? And then there was those recent ones where she's saying about, why isn't Daniel, looking or trying to find her kids type of thing. So that was the last interaction. Since then, No. And the thing was, to be honest with you, I was amazed we still got that much, to be honest. And she didn't get blocked or nothing like that. But again, if Daniel's telling the truth, then he should have no problem. The message about
We're gonna get
if you're
I think we're gonna have to fast forward. She's gonna
She was a doting mother.
listen to that.
Do I think she might have spoiled her kids a little? Yes, I do. But she was a great mom.
And so everyone who has known Malaya previously, it's interesting because she was a doting mother. Everyone said she would never lay a hand on her children. She's not that kind of person. And can people, I guess, hide that? Yeah. But I don't think Malaya is that kind of person, to be honest with you. Can people change? Yeah, they can. But generally, if you're anti, laying your hands on, spanking your kids, it's kind of just who you are. It's kind of just who you are throughout your life. So could she have changed? I guess. So it makes me, but who do we not hear that about? Who do we not hear that about? We hear the absolute opposite for Daniel. For Daniel. And that's what makes me very suspicious. Brandy, that could be a point too. Daniel rubbed off on her. That could be as well. I do believe that there was neglect. Yes. Right. I still don't see any reason to be on either parent's side until more facts are. Mimi, I agree personally because I have no idea. Right. I equally, and I mean equally, think both are equally sus. Equally. Usually I'll be more sus toward one or more, one for certain reasons. But in this case, I think they're both equally sus. Equally. And that's why if you told me, you got to pick one, I think they both know. I think they both know. And there's only one reason, in my opinion, that I can think of why. Like if one of them did something, the other one, wouldn't they just be like, they snapped and let's get on with it, let the cards fall where they may, especially if they're fighting now, not together now. So I think that there was what I call a negligent accident in that home. I just feel like there was a negligent accident. Something happened where the parents could be blamed because it was something that they are supposed to protect the children from. Otherwise, I think one of them would have railroaded the other one by now. And I still think that they're kind of doing that now, because it was, you know, in the beginning it was, oh, we're in love, you know, kumbaya. Even Daniel was like that. So I feel like if Malaya wasn't equally involved right now, she blocked Daniel, right? Blocked him from phones, changed her Facebook status, all of that. Clearly wants nothing to do with him. If she was able to throw him, you know, get him in trouble and not her, I think she would right now. So I think they equally have to be involved. I just don't see it any other way. She's the mother. You know what I mean? She's like the mother of these kids.
I couldn't have been happier to have her as a mom for my grandkids.
That's the part.
And that's a, you know, and that's a good compliment from Belynda, right? Like, she couldn't have asked for a better mother for her grandkids. That's the ultimate compliment. Ultimate compliment. Until it's not. Until something happened. How bad is fentanyl in Canada? Same as it is everywhere. It's horrible. Everywhere in the world. I feel like if it's not what I call a negligent accident, then it has something to do with infidelity, or I don't know, something wanting to leave and someone snapped. But I feel like they would have told if that would have happened as well.
Part, Belynda, that's the part right there that I hold on hope to for this part about having the children hidden, is because a mother's love, you know this, Belynda.
Well,
there's nothing like a mother.
And Sandwich is right, Justin, but then again, she hadn't seen the children and Malaya for a long time. She stated so Malaya could have changed a lot. And listen to this. Belynda said when she got there, she couldn't believe her eyes. You know, and she's not, because Malaya was always very clean, right? Always kept her house clean, kept the kids clean, would never live in those conditions. Bonnie's late. And so what is the common denominator? Why she's living there? The common denominator is Daniel. Why she's living there? Because I don't think the place was very clean when Daniel and her moved in, right? I just don't see it. And Belynda's like, it looked like more like a camp or something. There's a few things that can cause people to live like that. One is flat out laziness. The other one is depression, anxiety of sorts. Other is health problems. Another one can be I want to say how much time you have, but it's really not. I mean, things can get filed up, but dirtiness is a whole different thing. And addiction, you know, but there's a lot of people who, you know, have addiction that are extraordinarily clean. Right, Joseph? Yes. And what time was the call? Yeah, what time was the call Thursday as well? What time was the call Thursday? That really matters as well because it shows a pattern. I think it's way too early to call a school, text a school, email a school at 6:15. It shows me that someone was awake. Someone was consciously awake at 6:15. Was there an alarm set? If there was an alarm set, was it on her phone? Well, Daniel said via text message, which he lies clearly, that Malaya's phone was dead that morning. So that Malaya used his phone, right? Malaya used his phone. Thank you, Joseph. Good to see you, bud. So there's a lot of questions here, and none of it's making sense. And in this video, we're going to get to that. I forget his name. Durwood. He says that I can't think of her name. Janie. That Janie sees the kids at 9:30. Is it 9:30? Correct me, Chad, if I'm wrong. 9:30 on Friday morning. There's no way in hell she saw him at 9:30 on Friday morning. And we've got text messages from Daniel right here. I showed him to you last night. Daniel saying, my mom was asleep. 9:05. Randy, thank you. My mom was asleep and she heard me screaming outside. So she comes out. I showed you those text messages. Now, if the kids go missing around 8 o'clock, they both start looking inside the house. They look outside. And then he says, Daniel recently said he goes up and where the little huts are, the little tree houses, takes him 30 seconds. He comes back down and Malaya is on the phone with 911. Can't be. There wasn't a call until about 10 o'clock. They weren't there at the house till about a little after 10:15. That's over 2 hours difference. If they've only been missing a total of 20 minutes, that's from the time you allegedly fall asleep till the time you notice and you're looking around, freaking out. A 4 and a 6-year-old is not going to get very ahead of you in 20 minutes, not in rural Nova Scotia. Not going to happen. So why are you looking up dirt roads, Daniel? Why are you looking in culverts? Why are you describing there being water up to your waist? Why are you saying we got back home and waited for the RCMP? Then you say by the time I got back home, the RCMP was there. And then you say something to the, what did he say about that? I was gone most of the day because I was looking for Lilly and Jack. So I wasn't around the house much. You are setting up a preemptive narrative. I think it's going to be very interesting when these kids are found, where they are found. Personally, I would be checking places around culverts, around water, because in my opinion, if there is foul play and said individuals had to discard them, hope I'm wrong, Daniel knows water. I've shown you the plaque, the awards that he's gotten with the fishing trophies, right? With the fishing trophies. Daniel's telling us, remember, when people are lying in crimes, they generally have to tell you vaguely what they were doing, right? To just make up 100% false story, you don't remember that. You got to have anchors to a lie. You got to be anchored, right? So there's got to be some truth in that. I do believe Daniel was around culverts. I do believe that there was a dirt road, or he was up to his waist. So they have to have anchors to the lie. That's how they remember it, right? And so, but they leave out the most important parts. That's why they're lying, right? So I do believe we need to look around dirt roads, culverts, water up to our waist. You get what I mean? They never change. People forget their lives. Well, the thing about Daniel is, like, either, tell one story and tell it right and truthfully, or just stop talking, dude. You know what I mean? Like, just stop talking. The water seems a given. Lots of water around there. The truth never changes, Daniel. It doesn't change. And what is the thing I always say about true crime? People who have nothing to hide, hide nothing.
There's love. I'm sorry, you guys, but they come out of our chute, not yours. But they're nothing but a mother's love, right? So I would do a mother's love. You know this, but
It's just,
it's
I cannot imagine.
the truth is out there. The truth is right out there. Family know it. My opinion.
My mother sensed it, so she would take my daughter for.
Have this detachment from their child, but of course I've only had one son and I never went through postpartum at all, type of thing. And I want to ask you, Belynda, on this one though. You said you pulled yourself out of it when your husband passed. Was it kind of like, how did, tell me about that for a second if you don't mind.
I never had to connect with my daughter. My mother sensed it, so she would take my daughter for the weekends a lot. And my mother brought me up that you're not supposed to spoil your kids. Don't rock your kids to sleep. It was let your children cry. Crying's good for them. That was her words. So I felt very insecure when I couldn't get my daughter to settle. Then when my husband died, it was just me and my daughter. It didn't happen overnight. It took a couple of months because I was almost willing to trade anything to have my husband
Hey,
back.
Rainbow. What do you mean? That's funny.
And then when it kicked in that it is just me and my daughter, well, I found the comfort in her. I seen her father in her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
And just like that, then everything started falling into place. And I realized I wasn't the bad mom. And then later on, talking to family members, and they'd say, well, she might have told you not to rock her, but when she had her on the weekend, she rocked her to sleep every night. So
All right.
the only thing I don't understand is that postpartum, wouldn't that make her pull away from Meadow, though? Why would it make her pull away from her other
Right.
kids?
Right. I was
I think Daniel was trying to protect the narrative, was trying to keep the calm, right? I think he's throwing her under the bus now, backing up and gonna put it in drive again.
I was wondering about that as well.
And then seeing Daniel's posts about how she never looked after the other kids. He did everything. So I'm assuming he let her know how worthless she was.
And that is true, young black economist. It's not a fact that Malaya text the school with Daniel's phone. Again, that is what Daniel says, and we know Daniel has changed his stories 800 times already, right? That's just according to Daniel, right?
Was as a mom to the kids. And maybe that was the cause of her
Probably
wanting to
still
leave
fired
the
up.
relationship, because she
Yes.
just wasn't feeling worthwhile with him.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. In terms of the children,
Canada.
you would expect the disconnect to be with Meadow more than with the older children. But I suppose
All right.
it could come in the form of this new baby is.
It's okay. Sorry, Belynda.
Oh no, that's fine. That she said they spent a lot of time playing up into the woods. So I told her, I said,
Okay. So
what?
all right. So now Belynda is going to start talking about that day again. This is very important. And then Durwood is going to start speaking, which there's a lot of things I got to say about that.
To do. I said, well, you're their mom. You know them more than anybody. When you have them outside playing, where do you think they would go that they were curious and wanted to explore?
I'm backstage.
Nope, you're right here. Sorry, Belynda.
Sorry, I was referring to the idea that someone else was texting from Malaya's phone, her mom. Don't think grandma meant from that to be the narrative, just people gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's true. Very good point.
That's okay.
Kent, you're not backstage, Kent. You're right up on the panel.
Sorry.
Better, darling.
It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Belynda.
Oh no, that's fine. That she said they spent a lot of time playing up in the woods. So I told her,
well, in this live, you know, it was alleged that Malaya said about Daniel, which is kind of what Economist was saying. She allegedly said to the point of Daniel just cares about what people think about him, and when he should be out looking for my kids. And that, I do think Daniel greatly cares about what people think about him. Like, everybody does to a point. Everybody does to a point. Everybody wants to be liked, accepted, all of that. But there are those that need approval from everybody. And I think Daniel's one of those people that just wants to be, needs it, I guess you could say. So I do think he really cares. I think he tries to play the superhero all the time. All the time. How great he is and all of that. So I do agree with the text message with that part. I think the audacity, if Malaya indeed wrote that, again, someone just said a moment, I think it was Thought Criminal, said, you know, she's, you know, asking for an Amber Alert so people can, you know, see the kids more, you know, get it out more. And yet she hasn't done literally a damn thing publicly other than a 2-minute interview in 8 weeks for children.
So I said, well, that's where we'll start our search. We'll start it there and work our way up. So we went back out and we spoke to one of the searchers because we just wanted to know where we were allowed to go. They told us that we could search on their side of the property, but we couldn't search across the road because that's where all the searchers were. She said we would rather not have anybody searching. And I understood that, but she said, you can search the places that we've already gone through. So I told her, okay, we would do that. So we went up through the woods. You could see where the kids played. You could tell that the kids really enjoyed the yard. Their toys were everywhere. The dog barked. From the time we entered the property, it just became background noise. It never stopped barking. We went up through the woods. We made it to a field in the back, and we combed the woods beyond that. And then we seen all these wood roads going, these old pathways going. So we were up there for about an hour.
Daniel, are those the dirt roads you rode on? Tell us, Daniel, where these dirt roads were. How many dirt roads did you ride on? How many culverts did you look in? Which areas were you up to your waist in water?
Hour, and we headed back down. And I went back into the trailer, and Malaya had Meadow cradled on her hip, and there was a couple of groups of people, but I wasn't paying any attention to the people at that point. So I don't know who they were. And she was going to different groups, talking with people. So I went up and I told her, I said, look, I said, we searched up here. I said, now there's a field back there. I said, do you ever take the kids back there? Do they know that area? And she said, yes, that she's had them back there. I said, okay. I said, back there. I said, went up and I told her, I said, look, I said, we searched up here. I said, now there's a field back there. I said, do you ever take the kids back there? Do they know that area? And she said, yes, that she's had them back there.
That she's had them back there. That's interesting. That she has had them way back there in the woods. Do they have boats or kayaks? Don't know. When did you have them back there? A 4 and a 6-year-old. I don't believe that. I just don't believe it at all.
I said, okay. I said, so we're going to go up the road and we're going to cut across the property and come back in to where that field is. So we left again, and that's what we did. We went up past their place, and there's another road that goes in past where the train tracks are. We went up and through there, and we cut across. We come across a couple of brooks, but right away it was hitting me that there's just no way these kids would be in these woods. It was just like a jungle. That we looked through deer paths, and a lot of those were blocked off. Rabbit trails, a lot of animals will use the same trails. We followed what trails we could, and they always came to dead ends. We walked the woods road for, oh my gosh, for about an hour and a half. We walked the woods roads, and all the time.
And she said there's just no way that those kids are going to be up there. It's too dense of an area. It's not going to happen. And I think probably once they started searching that area, they realized that they're just not going to be here.
Time I'm calling out for them. And nothing, just nothing other than ribbons. There were ribbons everywhere throughout the woods. That's all you seen was ribbons.
Report that if you see it, Happy Camper. That's a lie. They're spreading that.
So we come back out, and we took a break in my sister's car. And I said, I'm going to go in and tell Malaya that we're done. So I went back in and I spoke with Malaya, spoke with Patty. Patty was telling me about selling her home. And
Malaya said she had not seen the children since she put them to bed the night before. That's the last time Malaya. She said she heard them that morning, but she hadn't seen them. Now, you're up at 6:15 in the morning to allegedly report that the children won't be at school today, but nobody gets. I would like to know the layout of that trailer. I just thought of something. I would like to know the layout of that trailer. How many feet the living room is and the kitchen is, where the bathroom is, because everybody, generally goes to the bathroom at least once a night, right? And you get up that morning, 6:15 a.m. You hear the kids, Lilly and Jack, allegedly Lilly pokes her head through, and the doors, like, at 6:15, you didn't get up to check on your kids. Nobody was going to get up and make the kids breakfast. They're sick. Like, if they're sick enough to stay home, then you should get up to check to see kids, if they're going to get a fever, it's going to be anytime after 3 a.m., 3 to 6 a.m. Doesn't make sense.
That she was worried sick, and you could see she was worried sick. She was pretty upset. Malaya was talking to that same woman that was sitting at her table, that I don't know who she was. I come back out. When I come back out to the car, Cindy pulled up, and Cindy had someone with her. I don't know who it was. I didn't recognize her. And I know, I can't remember his name, Cindy's husband. he was there, and they started to walk into the driveway. And then, oh gosh, was that before? No, I'm sorry. I skipped over where the chief come. The chief come before Cindy.
No, I think Lana King said it was a chief from Millbrook, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's who I believed it was. Yes, that's who I believe it was. He had introduced himself, and he stated where he was from, and he stated that they're the member of the band of Millbrook. So I wasn't paying attention. I said she lives there. So he thanked me very much, and he went in. So I waited about another 20 minutes, and then I went in again. And he was saying to Malaya that they were going to have a prayer.
Me, Jack and Lily, since May 2nd. May 2nd. They didn't even have coats on, yet rainy and cold, yet Daniel said if they get wet, they would come back in. Yeah. Is it possible that something happened in the kitchen? They were trying to make something to eat. The electricity is a bad thing. I don't think so, Bugsy. I mean, anything is a possibility. Anything is a possibility because we simply don't know. But is it a probability? Statistically, if there is an accident where the parents or the guardian of the homes can't get in trouble, right? A kid falls, breaks their arm. What do? You either call 911 or you take them and get their arm put in a cast, right? If a kid gets into drugs and you find them and they are deceased, then that can, go against you very big. That's something that parents will generally, a lot of them will hide, right? Because that'll land your ass in prison. So I don't see it. Belynda tells us to lay out most of it. Oh, I missed that, I guess.
There at the table. So I figured I'd give them their privacy for that it was
I think it's a 50
with the other band members that they were doing a prayer. They were all sitting around the table. So I thought that I didn't have the right to stand around.
Yes. Y'all, please hit that thumbs up button. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. We're almost at 700 thumbs up. If you love me, hit the thumbs up. If you don't like me, hit the thumbs up and pretend it's a middle finger. Okay? It's all engagement. It's all engagement.
So I come back out and there was other people standing in the driveway, but that's when
and if you hit the thumbs up, you get 10 years of amazing luck. Amazing. I'm just saying. Okay?
Sister and I decided we'd call it a day. That it was a pretty tiring day. So we left. Once we left, I guess that's when all hell broke loose. Because as we were getting ready to leave, Cindy pulls in. She goes into the driveway with the woman, and then I see her husband.
Cindy is Malaya's mom. Now, Malaya's mom and Malaya have not had a close relationship throughout the years. There are texts where I have shown where Malaya says she doesn't like her mother, that her mom is, quote, mean. Now, that could have been, sometimes people will say things that they don't mean, especially when they're young. Or sometimes you may not like each other until shit really hits the fan, right? Until shit really hits the fan. And then you're like, maybe I like you a little better than I thought I did. Could have been that as well.
Husband go in, and as we're cooling down the air conditioner in the car, then all of a sudden I seen Cindy's husband come out, and he gets into a vehicle.
Thank you.
And then that's when I said, we may as well pull out of here. So we did. That took place Saturday.
Which part? Where did Saturday start from?
It was around from 10 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think my sister said it was around between 4 and 4:30 when we left.
And the press conference was at was it 9:30, do you recall? 9, the press conference that they had on the 3rd, or the meeting or whatever? The one where Malaya went into some ambulance or something like that?
Thank you, Ashley.
Do you recall? Were you there for any of that part of it?
No. I don't know if we were already in the woods at that point, or if that took.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that took place because I knew nothing about it.
Yeah, because that was, well, it would have to be afterwards, because at that point is when she discussed something with her mom for 5 minutes, according to Daniel and Logan, and left right after that. So if Malaya was still there when you got back from searching the woods,
Yes.
that
Right.
situation hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, right.
So I assume we must have missed it. And afterwards, I thought I wished I would have stayed. And I really wished I would have stayed.
I know. Hindsight, right? On that.
Sunday, I didn't go searching. That my niece and friends of hers, they're hikers, so they stated they would go for me. So they went Sunday. Then Monday, my sister and I decided, we were going to go back. So we had my nephew, and he had a 4-wheel machine because we wanted to take the trails back further towards the pipeline. And like I said, there's trails that go everywhere throughout there. So we started searching right away. And when we were done with that search, I come back out, and they stayed out by the road, and I started to walk in because I wanted to let Malaya know that we were searching to see if she had any more information. And that's when I had met Logan. That when I walked into the drive.
Who's Logan? Who's Logan? Oh, is that Malaya's dad or stepfather? Dan's cousin? The cousin. He adopt a cat. It's obvious that it could only be Daniel or Malaya because they were having major problems in their relationship, and she was already plotting on her exit. Daniel did not want her to leave. Yeah. There, it's clear as day. This is it, but you just don't know what happened and where they are. That's the
way, and
the thing.
I said hi to them, and Justin was really upset.
I hope that someone is in the woods or wherever they are and finds them soon.
Was crying. Daniel was out talking to reporters at the end of the driveway. And Justin was really, really upset. So right away I was thinking they must have got some kind of bad news. So when I walked up close, right away Logan said, "Who are you? And what do you want?" And I just told her, I said, "Don't get mosey with me." I said, I'm the grandmother on the biological father's side.
Vic.
And right away she apologized. She apologized profusely, and then she proceeded to tell me that Malaya
Oh, that's
left
right.
on Saturday.
Right. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yes.
So
And
I'm not
that
trying to stir the pot or
being Black
anything, but
economist.
just
Thank you
because
for
you
that.
were there,
Mhm.
looking back, the
Listen.
fact that they hadn't gotten any bad news and they hadn't found anything
Listen.
was Justin's reaction. Looking back, do you think that was appropriate or?
it struck me as very, very odd, because I said to my sister afterwards, I
Very,
mean, I
very
know they were probably somewhat close with the kids because they were there for 2 years. But I said he seemed
So Justin is really upset. Really upset. Now, everyone deals with things differently. He does have a lot going on in his life, it sounds like, with a divorce and all of that. And truthfully, many times men can be more sensitive to things than sometimes even women can, like as far as like crying and stuff. But is this odd? Is this odd that it sounds like mom, Daniel's brother, where they're living there, she don't want him in, and he's a lot more sensitive. Hey, Bobby. I don't know.
really devastated.
But Belynda said, quote, very, very
So it
odd.
did strike me as just a little off, because he really did look
Yeah.
devastated. That was the other thing I wanted to say. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
When Malaya
Magic Star, correct. Justin wasn't living there the whole 2 years, though. Very good point. How close was he really? I'm not saying it isn't genuine emotion, but why? I think that's a reasonable question. I agree. I mean, he couldn't have been living there. And this is the thing. They hadn't been missing very long. You get what I mean? Like, he hadn't lived there very long, if at all. And they hadn't been missing very long. But by this time, Malaya was gone with the baby and Logan's attitude. Yes, that is true.
stated about who Jamie was and who Justin was, she said they live in the trailer out back. She used the words they.
And
And
we
my,
know that. Yeah.
and my sister and I afterwards thought, wow, that's such a small trailer. But I mean, people live how they live.
Joanne, tell us how you feel, honey. Let's stop this off for you right now. Do you people not realize how many kids are missing in Nova Scotia? There was a child found. Because some idiot put it on YouTube and changed everything doesn't mean I am wrong. Well, this is it. Whenever you post that Lilly and Jack are there and putting dead tents up, like where they work underneath of them and all of that, there's kids. Yes, and we covered the child that was found the other day. Give me 2 seconds and I will think of her name. It's a cute little name. I keep wanting to say Isabel, but it's not Isabel. I was just making a Clarabelle. We covered her and her mom. We're perfectly aware of that, Joanne. We're perfectly aware of that. We covered it. In fact, I got a tip on that before big media even put it out. And I said, guys, hold on. We're getting breaking news. I think we're getting some breaking news. I said, just give me a second. I've got to verify something. but I wouldn't even tell someone that she was found. I said, we might have some really good news. I wouldn't even tell that they were found, that she was found, before the news put it out, because I wanted to be responsible to not just say, oh my God, she was found, and she wasn't. So I'm certainly not going to be like whoever that creator is that is putting up Jack and Lily's face and saying, you know, a child is found, and lying to the viewers and all of that. Right? So it's about being responsible. That's what it's about. Now, especially when I first started out YouTube, I made some really bad mistakes. Not intentionally, but I made bad mistakes, and I always owned up to them. But maybe they're new, but I don't see how you mess that up with that. So there's that. Well, we're talking about a specific video, Joanne. That's what we're talking about, is a specific video. Yeah, calm kitty. It is. Yeah.
So that was the end of that thought. And it wasn't until I seen a couple of clips from the news briefing stating that Justin didn't live on the property. And I thought, well, geez, maybe we heard wrong, but I was positive. She said they.
Well, maybe Darren can clear. Darren, in chat, do you think you can clear that up for Belynda? Do you know if Justin was living on the property during the kid's disappearance? Because she, like Belynda says, Malaya, she swore she said they.
She said they. And then when I heard that Justin has a place up the road, but then I heard Logan's interview being broadcasted where she was on TikTok, and somebody had asked about Justin, and she said, well, no, he's got his own problems right now, that he's in the middle of a divorce. And then right away, bells went off in my head, and it's like, well, he's in the middle of a divorce. Well, then maybe Malaya was right. He was staying with Janie at that particular time. But I still don't know. Everybody is saying that no, he didn't stay there. But I know she said they. And if he's in the middle of a divorce, my mind states, well, him and his wife probably aren't staying.
She said they. Malaya said they were living in that trailer. And if his dog is there, I mean, I believe he was living there, at least temporarily. Getting a divorce, his dog's there, all of that. I feel very weird.
Staying in the same house together.
I do.
Exactly, right? Because Logan said that on her thing.
Exactly, yes. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah.
So I can understand that. So maybe Darren can clear that out for us. I'll keep an eye on chat.
Maybe, but I know Darren, when he first spoke to you, I know he stated that he didn't even know that Janie lived there in the trailer.
Oh, Kent's talking. Kent wants to talk. Hey, Kent. Sunny, unmute me. Go ahead.
Belynda, the main reason why I come on here is I'd like to express my sincere, heartfelt for the situation that you're going through. And I know that it takes every bit of strength that you have. And we all just got to have faith that we will be able to get Jack and Lily back home. So I hope it gives you a little bit of faith that maybe there is a miracle out there. Miracles do happen for the strangest reasons. So that, and there was one thing in the chat, but I can't remember. I lost my thought on the one in the chat, but Is
Was it about the
there?
water? Was it about the
Oh,
water?
no, I know what it is now. Yeah, from knowing Malaya, and I know we all can't explain the extenuating circumstances, but do you get the feeling that she wasn't acting as a normal, like everybody says, oh, well, if these were my kids, I'd be out there pleading for their safe return or for them to be found if they were lost in the woods.
She
Like,
was totally
do
off. Malaya was totally off. At first, I thought it was shock. But when I come home Saturday night, and I kept thinking about her behavior because it was very odd to me. And then it dawned on me, she couldn't be in shock because this is a crisis that just happened the day before. So this is still a panic mode. I know, because I remember when my daughter.
But that's not panic, though, is it? That's not panic. Hey, Gay, good to see you. Oh, thank you. Justin, get yourself a cheeseburger and fries. Thank you, my love. I appreciate you, Adopt a Cat. You're very good to me. Thank you, my love. This is Kent. We're going to... Durwood's getting ready to come up here, and then I will chime in. Trust me. Trust me.
Went missing once.
so? Were you shocked? Were you shocked on Sunday when you went back and found out, for whatever reason, that she left the property?
A part of me inside, I'm sorry, but a part of me inside died. Knowing she left with those babies gone. I don't know how she could do that, to be honest. I love the Malaya that I knew, but I don't know how any mother can leave the place where her babies were. I'm only the grandmother, and I didn't want to leave at all. I wanted to stay there the whole time and sleep in a car.
Yeah,
No, I don't get
baffles
that.
me.
I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all.
I feel so bad for her here. So bad.
So I figured if she left, something tells me she had to have had a very, very good reason to leave. Is it because she knows her babies are alive? I really, really hope so. But this other part of me tells me no.
But it also could be that she knows that I hate to say it too, but it could be the other reason is that she knows that something happened to them and she just couldn't stay there.
Oh, it absolutely can be that too. I haven't crossed that one out either.
She
Both of
or
those
the chief or her
scenarios.
mom gave her a heads up that CPS is going to be here soon. So if you want to keep them out, we better get out of here. Type thing.
For what part though? Before.
Just because kids are missing, right? So
Right.
like who knows if.
No, I can't see. Kids are missing and calling into 911. I don't believe CPS would have been contacted right away. I only think, to be honest, I think
They took those kids out, or they took Meadow out quickly.
CPS was probably contacted through the RCMP. I think they were the ones who called CPS after the fact.
I did too, just because of the state of the property.
Well, I don't know about Canada, but here in the United States, they legally have to contact CPS. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to make a certain decision to take the kids out, but they legally have to contact them.
And who knows what the inside looked like?
Not just the state. They had the crime unit there. Right after? Was the crime unit there on Friday?
Exactly, Mary.
To my understanding, they were there almost immediately. Yeah.
Right. So to me, that tells me that while they say they're there for every missing child, something tells me something struck them off, and I do believe that they were the ones that contacted CPS. I do think Malaya called her mom. I think Malaya might have called her mom, if it's true that her mom arrived minutes after the police.
Daniel says he kind of makes it sound like a conspiracy that Malaya's mom was like already on her way because she got there really quickly after the RCMP got there.
Police. He does live in Truro. It is a bit of a distance away. So for her to be there, that.
But Daniel also said after he was searching and he was going back to the house, they waited for the RCMP to show up. And then in another time, he said, when I got back to the house, the RCMP was already there. So there's that as well.
Quick, then Malaya had to have called her mom before she called the police. And I don't question that part because, I mean, hell, I'd probably do the same thing.
Belynda, you were down on Saturday, right? You didn't go near on Friday?
No.
Okay, I was just going to ask, like, and maybe you can tell if there was, but like in the kitchen, would there have been cereal boxes on the cupboard so that if the kids get up by themselves, they could have grabbed like a bowl of cereal? Or
they're thinking like 50 or 60-year-olds. I resemble that remark. Thank you very much.
Or is that stuff in a way?
If I'm to be honest, when I first seen the property, like I said, I had passed it many a time and it always looked like a junkyard. I don't want to be mean because
I own a junkyard, so I appreciate that.
Well, you did own a junkyard. You did.
But yes, it kind of looked like a junkyard. I did. Afterwards, I seen the little fenced-in area where the kids could play, which wasn't too bad. But I don't look down on that, to be honest, that part, with people thinking it's dangerous having all this stuff around. Because I remember being a kid myself, and I know when my son was a kid, those were great things to play around because they're not normal toys.
Sunny, I hate to interrupt.
Yep. Get going.
My phone is about to die, so I'm gonna jump off and plug it in. So
all right, say goodbye to Belynda.
Belynda, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And Kent, talk to you in chat. See you all later.
Yep. Thank you, Charmaine.
Okay, let's get to it.
Awareness out there.
Jeopardize things. And
I want to get to Durwood.
With me, it's
I know.
I want my grandkids back.
No.
And I don't care who's got secrets, who tells them not to tell. It's like
why the
tell
game?
Everything you know. It might open up a whole new other place to go to put a closure to this, to give us answers.
I know. I don't like it when people hide behind a name or something myself, okay? I'm the same.
Hold on. Hey, who just sent me that picture? Is that confirmed? Girl, because I'm going to pop a nerve in a minute.
Same way, Belynda, is honestly, there's so many people that are like, don't use my name, don't say this. But you know what? but we're talking about two children that are missing.
Right.
That's what we're not talking about, bra straps and freaking girdles or underwear and stuff like that, jock straps. We're talking about two children that are missing. And people want to play these mind games or this game of don't use my name, you can see this information, but don't do that. No, you know what? Grab a set of testicles, seriously. And just if you have something to say in regards to the kid's disappearance, then just say it. Own it. If you have nothing to do with it, but so many people, honestly, they're always, it's like they're in their little nervous state going, oh, if I say this, somebody's going to attack me then, or something like this or that. You don't have to give your freaking first name or last name, but meaning if you're going to say something, say it. It's about
I can understand some people in the beginning when I first started speaking out.
Yeah.
I had a lot of things come my way because of my son's decisions and choices.
Guys, someone just sent me something, and I'm trying to confirm it right now. Give me a minute.
And right away, I shut my Facebook off and I made everything private. And it lasted all of maybe a day and a half. And then I thought, well, why do you care what people say? Why do you care what they think?
Right.
You want people to know these kids? You want people to talk about these kids? Well, let them look at your Facebook. Let them say what they want. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Belynda,
Yes.
I know you might not know this because you've only just met her, but there is several people trying to ask Darren in the chat, and he responded by that he doesn't know. But what they're asking is, do you know, one, if Janie drives, and two, whether or not she has her own vehicle?
I don't know for a fact. I do not know that. I know when they went to do the search, her and Justin went on the four-wheeler. So I really don't know if she has a vehicle.
Was that was that little four-wheeler clean as everyone says it was? Do you recall?
I don't recall because I didn't pay attention to it.
No problem. It's just because of that picture. And everyone's like, why is
I have heard that. I have heard that. But the roads, these are bare roads. The paths that are all up through the woods there, they're fairly bare. There's a couple of areas that were muddy and wet, but most of them are dry roads.
Little Mama, what you're asking is something that I know that if he's not allowed to talk, and I think you might be asking about Darren. Darren told me the story of when he went to the RCMP was on last Saturday. He tried to contact the major crime unit, wasn't able to. Ended up running around town and ended up finding Stellarton RCMP officers, and they took him down and went to the detachment, the Stellarton RCMP detachment. They have the outdoor phone, and he said that.
All right, guys. So I'm going to show you guys this. I want to make a caveat before I do show you this. This was sent to me, and I am not the original person that claimed this. Okay. But I cannot independently verify it. Okay. But it has pissed me off, if true. Well, this is allegedly Malaya and a little friend of hers at the beach, living life, Snapchat filter and all. Snapchat filter and all. And living her little life. Now, I've got some text message just that I'm going to show. It's a Snapchat filter. I think she's asking, yes, is that Malaya? She's like, yes, why? LMFAO, what a scumbag. She knows exactly what happened to them, this person is saying. Nothing like being glorious and happy while your babies are missing. And this girl says, well, we got her out for the day. She needed a day out. She definitely doesn't know, but I can't really say much till the investigation is over. But I will fill you in on it all. She is still human and still needs to live life. Being depressed at home all day crying isn't going to change anything. Why screenshot it? Me. Maybe continue to help with the search. I didn't even have a kid, but I have some that I'd die for, and I damn sure wouldn't be posting myself happy as a clam in fucking shit on a effing beach. Don't let her fool you. She definitely does know. Absolutely disgusting. Oh, and because my friend wanted to see. And then we have this. Yeah. Needed a day out, but hasn't talked about your kids one effing time. Gave the news an interview, said, please, someone help me find my kids. It's a Snapchat filter. Hold on, let me find it. Let me show you this. And Malaya makes herself look a lot different in a lot of these, because I'm going to show you one from 2023, how she makes herself look. Hold on. Unbelievable. Hold on. Is it this one? Right here. Right. Oh, it's not showing you. There you go. The mother's at the beach today. right there. No, I cannot verify it independently, but I will say this. Oh, hold on, I'm getting more. Thank you so much for that information. Someone just sent it to me. Wait, so just guys, give me a second. I'm getting stuff in. Okay. It is. It's a Snapchat filter. I wasn't going to bother commenting because me and Jill are family. But as far as this and the situation, no one knows anything at this point, so no one can judge. And you all must know it took a lot for her to come out and get some fresh air. She is still a human being and she still needs to go shopping. Blah, blah, blah. That's why I said nothing toward my cousin. I say this. Yep. Yep, it's her. In my opinion. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Lord help me. Let's see what Durwood looks like in a banana hammock. Joe. No, she's out on the beach. I wouldn't be putting it on Snapchat, right, Bogey? That's the thing. To me, that's the thing. If you wanted to get out with a friend and just talk to her and all that, that's one thing, right? But with the Snapchat filter at the beach, living my best life, oh my God, that's a whole different thing. No one can fault you for needing to talk to a friend and going on a private outing. But Snapchatting with your fucking glasses on and your lips look on fleek. I also have another little snappy snap. This was Malaya and Mom. Oh, I gotta edit it because it's got a name on it. 1 second. Unfucking believable. I just can't. My God in heaven. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm a one-man band when I get breaking news. Poor Jack and Lily, man. Malaya, you know better than doing that shit. You know better than that. Here. Question, does Malaya have a sister? Poor Meadow too, absolutely. Does Malaya have a sister? Does anyone know? She has a half sister. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Crap. Okay. Crap. Why does it keep doing this? I'm trying to show you this picture of all right, here we go. Has a twin named Katie. Because there's this photo. There's this photo. But she doesn't know better and her judgment is awful. This was in 2023. This was in 2023. And I've got the timestamp as well. That's why I'm like, I don't know if it's just so much filter or is it she got a sister? Because you don't know anymore. There's so many, you know, they got a damn cheesecloth over their face. They got so much filters. Doesn't. What is this damn thing? It's not wanting to work. Hold on, I might be getting some more stuff in, y'all. That was June 7th, 2023. Now that's Malaya's mom, allegedly. Allegedly. Hold on. What is this? Okay, here we go. Okay, this is a little bit more step further. Look at this. Look at this. Jill says, nothing towards my cousin, but could you imagine your kids missing and instead of helping and doing everything in your power and find them, you're on a beach happy as a clam? I am sick. I just don't even know, guys. I mean, what do you do? Sorry, I've got so much stuff coming in right now, guys. Bear with me. Ugh. Damn. I I I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't. Sorry, I got stuff coming in. Just give me a second. I've got to change. I got to put it in content before I can show you guys, or I can't show you. Okay. Now. This. Okay. So hold on. Is that the girl in the photo she's with now? I just got some sources contacting me. Can y'all believe this, guys? Like, again, Malaya. I mean, she didn't fool me either, but I didn't think she would have the fucking audacity to be snapping photos. You know what I mean? Like, that's a little when you haven't done nothing. You go from 1 2-minute interview, and the first thing we find out, the first thing you come out of the public with is a snap fucking chat. Oh my God. That is just unbelievable. Hold on. That's really crazy, y'all. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you this in 2 seconds. Her day out at the beach. M is blonde, and to the left, I think, is Cheryl. Good friends. Okay. Oh, that is her. I didn't even realize that was Malaya. Okay, let me show you this. I gotta edit out their pictures because I don't want to show all these girls' photos. They're innocent bystanders. I didn't even realize that was Malaya. She's really skinny there. She looks so different in a lot of her pictures. It's so weird. Let me just blur them out. She's blonde in this picture. Okay. Look at this, y'all. Oh, damn. Hold on. I didn't mean to do it like that. I meant to put it in the presentation. Okay. Presentation. Look at her here. I just don't want to show the other girls. Oh, fuck, I just showed you. I didn't know I was sharing my screen. I got to do all this stuff at once. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right, there she is. Yeah, she's blonde there. So am I, apparently. Never mind. I'm a little blonde too. Leilani 2.0. Equally. I don't know. I hope not. She has old pics up as blonde. She's a pretty girl. Say it isn't so, Magic Star. But she doesn't know better. Oh, gotcha. I already read that one. Thank you, Sea Star. Not Sea Star. Starflower, my dear. It's above 40 degrees. Canadians go to the beach. You didn't see the other girls. Okay, good. Okay, email. Okay. I got another little picture here. Guys, I'm going to play this for 2 minutes and while I fix something, and then I'll show you, okay? I got to fix this and we'll continue this. I'll be right back.
The Stellarton police officer picked up and said that we have somebody here that wants to give statements in the Jack and Lily case. And so then the staff sergeant came out and he called for 2 other officers, and then they came and they took his statement. So if that's why you're asking, why does Kent know if he's not allowed, that's all I asked. If that's what you're referring to, like I say, I only know that because Darren told me that. And I believe him that he went to try it, and I would believe that there's not necessarily anybody in the office from the major crime unit on the weekends. I understand that totally, because sometimes although we are supposed to have 24/7 RCMP coverage in Pictou, because Pictou is police, the town of Pictou is policed by the Pictou RCMP. Sometimes our officers cover, and when I say across the causeway, is because the majority of Pictou County is located on the eastern side of what is Pictou Harbor and Middle River. They put a causeway in the 60s. So then we have As soon as you come across the causeway, you have the town of Pictou, and then once you get out of the town limits, you're back into the western part of Pictou County. So the layout of it is like that. And like I say, I know just the regular RCMP coverage, sometimes, like I say, we're supposed to have 24/7 coverage. But sometimes when something happens, that coverage has to come from Stellarton because there's not a physical officer in a vehicle in the town of Pictou 24/7. So I hope that is what the question you were asking about. If not, repeat it and I'll see if I can answer it.
Okay. And I want to clear something up. So it wasn't that I saw people being rude to Belynda. What I was saying was, if anyone is rude to Belynda or to Darren in the chat. And so I don't know where Jenna got off this thing. I don't even know what you're talking about. She's like,
Okay, I just need to fast forward this right here because she kind of goes on a rant, and I want to go to this thing right here with what's his face calling.
I don't have all the answers. Belinda. Trust me, and she's
Saturday when you were there?
I didn't take notice of it, no.
Okay.
Why wouldn't she have gone out the front door? She bypassed Jamie's place, and it would be right out to the road then.
Is it noisy your door?
I don't know because it was open the whole time that I was going
Yeah.
there. The door
I'm
was
just
open.
asking, like,
Yeah, so I don't know.
okay. Do you guys want me to call Darren now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Belynda. Like, I mean, I know that Daniel has his things, Malaya said her things, Darren has said his things, so I thank you for giving your insight to this as well. So Darren, I'm gonna call you now, alrighty? All right. You ready for this? You ready? Okay, call Darren. Calling Darren. Got you all charged up, Darren. I'm ready for it.
hello.
Okay. Hey, Darren.
Just hold on. I'll turn my sound down here
Sure.
a little bit.
Yeah, because I can hear a TV or something.
Okay.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad, I guess.
You at your friend's house still?
No. I had to come back to town. I had a call to come back to town, and my truck blew up on me. So I had no car, sort of. I fixed up junkers so that I got a spare. But now listen, I don't want to get into one of my rants or
Sure.
long stories.
Sure.
Because Belynda knows me. We did meet over. She reminded me that we met over Patty. So
Yeah.
she knows me, and I don't want to talk unless Belynda allows me to talk, because Belynda is 1,000% of a person and has nothing but my full respect and full sympathy too, because of the situation, and I will rate her.
Excuse me.
Right along with Jamie as far as being totally truthful in the.
Okay, guys, I've got it ready. I just need to reset my camera, I think, because I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Okay. All right. We should be good. Okay. Now, this has got a timestamp on it that someone sent me. Again, I cannot. A different one. I cannot independently verify this. But it does seem as if the family, I always forget to do that. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me show you this right here. It does seem as if family is verifying it. That Miss Malaya is allegedly at the beach snapping Snapchats. What is it, Robin? Sent you an email. Maybe that shows what you're showing. Yeah. But the thing is, I have to put it in content. So that's what takes a little second. Okay. You tell yourself that, Cheryl, the truth will come out. Yep. I've got about 5 different emails with sources coming in right now with this. Damn, Malaya. She has the photos with timestamps. Yeah, I got right there's the photo with timestamps. Right there. Right there on the bottom. See it at the bottom? $4:31 p.m. today. I don't know what beach. Probably somewhere local. Nova Scotia is an island. Does Malaya have a tattoo? You know, like I said, I don't mind her wanting to talk to friends and stuff like that. But Snapchatting it, you can upload an old photo and it will have today's date on it. Yeah, you can. You can. Island isn't an island. Okay, Rainbow. My bad. How... What disturbs me, what the friend is saying. You know, for me, a lot of, like I say, a lot of times it's really hard, especially people that you know that they could do something, you know, that is potentially really awful. Rushton's is a river, John. Is that where they were, Danielle? Allegedly? Good night, Kaz. It's a Snapchat filter. Does anyone got... Is it still up on Snapchat? She had her hair up in the interview. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, that's true, Lafayette. It's very true. I'm trying to figure out, because I'm local, I'm just trying to figure out by the background, honestly. Gotcha. Was a low pony. Well, hold on a second. Hold on, I just thought of something. Oh, okay. Well, let me just show you this. Fuck. This is what I can do. Here you go. This kind of, in my opinion, proves it a little bit more. I mean, again, I don't want to show the name, but I will show this. I think I... Okay, now what do I do? Well, damn. Hold on. Edit. And then I go to brush. Okay. Magic eraser. Okay. So I just edited the name out. Well, shit. Hold on. Here, if you can zoom in, I took her name was right here and right here, but it says 3 hours ago. Snapchat. It's Snapchat 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Probably wanted to make Daniel jealous. No, her hair's been black. I think Daniel's seen Meadow yesterday, he was saying. Daniel has said he is tech savvy. Yeah, well, I showed you the blonde. She was blonde earlier. That's unmistakable red dirt. Is that Nova Scotia dirt, Lee? Now, like I was, sorry, my inbox is blowing up. I think it's her. And it's Carminian soft filter that's being used. Yes. Why? And the girl that's with her, we got out for the day. She needed a day out. She's definitely doesn't know, but I can't really say much till the investigation is over. But I will fill you in on it all. She is still human and still needs to be living, still needs to live. Being depressed at home all day crying isn't going to change anything. Why screenshot it? That's very interesting because they, like when you are on Snapshot, you can tell when someone screenshots something. Prince Edward Island. Isn't Prince Edward a piercing? Sorry. She could that be supposedly half sister. She looks like. No, it's not a good look. Lakeside Lawyer, I want to be in denial too. I really want to be in denial. But I find it very interesting. One day, hopefully, it seems like good. I don't want it to end up a cold case, that's for certain. They aren't on a river in Egypt. Boki, I love you. Right? That's the thing. That's the thing. No, Malaya didn't share it. So I think that she thought perhaps maybe it wouldn't get out. Or maybe she knew it'd get out and she just was in a mood. Sometimes the girls, you know, are in a mood and they're just like, fuck it. I don't know. But her cousin says it's her. And let me just say this. Let me edit this so there's no last names here because I'm trying to be respectful here. So I do think it, I do believe it now because of this. Because I just realized two things. Bear with me, guys. I gotta take out these names. We'll call this one this, this one this. Okay. I think I got it. All right. So this girl, this lady in with the pink hair, her first name is Cheryl. And she said, I wasn't going to bother commenting because me and Jill are family. She was commenting on the post where it was on Facebook. And she said, I wasn't going to bother commenting because me and Jill are family. But as far as this and the situation, no one knows anything at this point. So no one can judge. And if you all must know, it took a lot for her to come out and get some fresh air. She is still a human being and she needs to go shopping. She still needs to buy food. She still needs to live. If you think she is the same, you are sadly mistaken. Have your opinion. That's absolutely fine. Okay. So this Cheryl is the same person that was in the Snapchat photo. For crying out loud, I'm confused by M's forehead. It's a different size in every picture. They adjust it with filters. Let me tell you something. She's got one filter from 2023. She got a damn cheesecloth over her face. She's got such a filter on. Just saying. Yes. Yes. That's the thing. Why? Not a problem. You need to get out with your girlfriend and just, but that's not a very good thing to do. You know what I mean? It's not a very good thing to do. And if you go down here, we'll call this girl Jessica, which her name is Jessica, but I'm not going to put her last name. Let's see here. She says, I'll say this. As a mother, I would have handled this in a completely different way. She put herself so far from the situation, and with her ex speaking to the media and constantly looking, it gives her a bad look. And Jessica is right on the money. So I think it's real at this point, in my opinion. I'm not going to tell you it's real because I cannot independently verify it. I'm telling you my opinion. Let's get it. Because of everything that was presented. How old is she? I know. I'll fix it, Mohawk. $28, $33. I think Malaya is a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. But yeah, 28. It was a reply. So disheartening, man. She's certainly not crying, not having, no. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like I said, everyone kind of deals with things differently. I do understand that. But you couldn't have got me in a bathing suit or shorts for the beach and to take a picture like that when my two kids have vanished 8 weeks ago and your other little girl was taken from you in foster care. Same bogey. 1000%. Oh, promise, honey. Yes, you did. And do. You could not have gotten me to take a picture like that. You couldn't have got me in a bathing suit. Like, if I went to the beach with you, I would have been sitting on a park bench looking like an 80-year-old grandma. Is she mentally stable? I don't know. That makes me think not. That makes me think you've got to have mommy's little helpers helping you right now, in my opinion. To me, I feel like this is me just thinking, my opinion. But maybe she feels like she has nothing to lose right now. You get what I mean? Perhaps she knows this is a criminal investigation. Perhaps she knows. Perhaps she knows it could be a matter of time. And perhaps she's saying, I'm young. I've only got so much time left, in, civilization, maybe. And I don't really care what people think right now. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yep, I can 100. Yeah, it's real. It's real. I'll say it's real. Yep. Yep. It's real. Someone just sent me, I think she's like, she said she posted it. Hold on. Yep, that's him. This is Cody Sullivan. I don't do this much, but I would like to say I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm 3 years clean from, I don't want to say what it is, but I've been on my job for 7 months and I love life. Still a long way to go, but I get where I want to be eventually, and it takes time. Congratulations, Cody. If you're still clean and working hard, congratulations, buddy. Keep it up, brother. Someone just sent me a post. I don't want to show it, but it's of Cody Sullivan, and he did a Facebook post a while back, and he said that he had been struggling with addiction, and he said it ruined his life for a while, and he got a job, and he's had his job for like 7 months, and he's pretty proud of himself, and he said he's going to try to get where he's going. So what I say to Cody is, congratulations, brother. That's something to be proud of, fighting for your life. No, I meant Cody. I didn't mean Daniel. I meant Cody. Yeah. Hold on. What's this? Okay. All right, guys. No, it's not easy fighting for your life. No. Oh, Maurice. Is Maurice still in here? I just messaged her back, but I couldn't. Zoom in sunglasses. 2 more people in the back. Sandy Johnson says, oh, I didn't notice that, Sandy. That's interesting. Let's look at it. Oh, yeah. Did y'all see that? Oh, y'all couldn't see that. I like the way you think, Sandy. I like the way you think. Are those guys or gals? That looks like it might be their moms or something. I don't know. These people's gonna be like, I am never Snapchatting anything of Malaya again. They are literally looking through my fucking sunglasses right now. I'm sorry, Linda. Hope your back feels better, honey. Yeah. So what it is there is she's holding the phone. They're doing a selfie, right? And then it's actually 2 things happening at once. This is a reflection of their hands, and then this is 2 people standing close. No, Maurice, they're not. No. I stirred up. So sorry. No, you're fine, Sandy. I love you, Lakeside. You're funny. What did Joe say? God. What did he say? Joe, you are 3 seconds away from getting a Baker Act. What did he say? No one really swims at beaches in Nova Scotia, probably just there to walk around the water. It's dangerous. Just like windy. Oh my God. Okay, thank God. Okay, it's tomorrow. I thought I had another live schedule tonight. I was like, ooh. Doesn't look like a reservation. No, it's not a reservation. They're at the beach. They definitely at the beach. Joe's looking for a what? BUD. You mean nude? Nude beach in Nova Scotia? Canadians. I don't know. There's a lot of French there, so they might have some nude beaches. A dude beach? I'm with you, Joe. Hold on one second. Nope, those are 100% girls. Someone just sent me something. Hold on. Those are 100% girls. Looky here. Oops, wrong one. Because you can see like the V, if you get my drift, like the bathing suit. You can see it. They're girls. Women, I guess. So Cody is working on staying clean. Awesome. And Malaya is having fun at the beach while our kids are missing. Okay. Here we are. Yes, the waist narrows on each. Yeah. That's what it bees. That's what it bees. Guys, I am at 4 hours and 8 minutes. My bladder could probably feel the island around Nova Scotia, or one of the islands around Nova Scotia, I'll say. I love you all. I appreciate you. I will be back in maybe a little bit. I don't know. If not, I just dropped some videos that went out while we were live. So you want to check those out. They're related to Lilly and Jack Sullivan, Daniel's interview. I did some kind of reactions on some of the things that he was talking about. Oh, I'm done. I've been here 4 hours and 10 minutes. I love you guys. I appreciate you. You going to toilet, text Justin? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. Joe, have fun with the beach situation. Oh, thank you, Bogey. Thank you, love. I love you guys. I appreciate you. We are portable. You got me there, Lucy. I don't know if you're gonna. Thank you, Golden Girl. Thank you so much. We learned a lot. We're gonna finish the other stuff as well. Malaya, girl, no one's faulting you for going somewhere, but the bathing suit and living your best life, all that stuff, that's bad. That's really bad. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Lakeside. Thank you, everyone. Gam, thank you. Thank you, Stormy, and all that. Thank you, everyone. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Yeah, poor Jace, for sure.